The cool thing about them out there.
Today we finally get to announce to the world it's time to meet our all-star.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Newbie. That was fantastic. Thank you, Newbie, for an amazing performance there. The castle in the darkness was defeated. Newbie in the darkness was triumphant. Thank you, Newbie. And that was 100% run, but there are other ways to beat that game as well. There's any percent, where you, instead of getting every item, you just try and get to the end credits as fast as you can. And there's the mysterious frog percent, where instead of playing as the main character, you play as the frog that you had to defeat twice during that. Because apparently the frog is the true hero. Or so I've heard. So I'm gonna get the stream ready for some more Kerbal, and we're gonna continue our quest for science. See how many more Kerbals need to be sacrificed to the god of fiery explosions in order for us to get to do it. All right, I need to change the dashboard back to Kerbal. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Did you guys know that we are 5 hours away from the actual start of the real marathon? Holy moly! Holy exploding booster rockets! It's gonna be good. Alright. Kerbal. Game is updated to Kerbal Space Program. And I am back. Hopefully I didn't miss too many chat messages while I had other windows up. It clears my chat every time I switch out there to change what game we're playing. So, here we are. Back up and running. I know, right? Charity events are, like, so much fun. I love watching them. I love participating in them. It's just great. And this is a particularly good charity that I very much like. I think they're doing really a lot of good. A lot of measurable good. It's when, you know, a kid is in a hospital, like, it's never for a good reason, right? It's always because something's gone wrong. And you don't want more things to go wrong, right? Like, you don't want a broken bone to then also turn into depression and fear, and no, you need to maintain a healthy attitude. Keep up the morale. And games do that. They're a powerful tool for good. The TV being upside down. Well, you know, keep working on that. I'm sure you'll figure out which end is up. I believe in you. I believe in you. I'm actually surprised you guys are awake. If I was gonna start streaming at 11, I probably would wake up at like 9:30. Or yeah, you guys stream at like 2 your time, so I'd wake up at like noon, 12:30. I hope what you mean, Orange, is that he didn't bring a change of clothes, and not that he just didn't bring clothes at all. Alright, so let's hop back into our Kerbal space program. Dune or explode. That's the plan here. Gonna get to Dune. So, last time in our adventures, I dumped a ton of science into getting some new tech so that I will have solar panels and better batteries to alleviate some of these issues I've been having with not surviving. I really want to survive. That's like key. Sort of my top goals. Here at the KSP, we want the Kerbals to come back alive. And to do that, gonna need more science. So let's see what we had. Well, last time we launched the Kronk. Kronk, how did this not get saved? Kronk needs to be saved. That is like a piece of art right here. It went out, it came back. It was great. But now we can do some cooler stuff. So let's see what we got here. We have a service bay. This changes all of the things right here. It's the service bay. So, we're going to build ourselves a wonderful, compact science center. And it's going to have a few important things in here. So, right off the bat, we're going to put a reflectron just right in the middle. So that we can send science back. This isn't as important right now, but it's going to get to be important. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of science. Like, all the science. Every science. Did I center that? Nah, not even. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. There we go. That's pretty centered. Alright. These things are awesome. It means that I will always have an antenna waiting inside the service bay that I'm building here. The next thing that I want is this goo. That's going to be inside here from now on. Protected. Safe and secure. We're just going to put it right up against the reflectron, right in there. Then, let's see, thermometer, we can move you down. You'll be fine here. I don't need more than one, and I don't need the thermometer to be on the inside. He's cool. But yeah, as we unlock more science, we'll be sticking it in there. Alright. Ah, you crazy kids. It's going to be quite the party over there, I can tell. Now, what's this bottom section for? I have an idea. And, you know, we can go back and forth on this idea. But my idea is to just cover that with batteries. Let's see what we can do. Like, that's not bad. Let's see about this. Wait, how much battery is this? That's 200. This is 100. Oh yeah, no, I can do way better with these. Check this out. Yes. All of the batteries. But you know what? Before I put that in there, there's one other thing I want to do. I want to move my MechJeb module in there as well. This thing is like mission critical with some of the stuff I'm about to get going. So, let's pop this guy right in the middle. Yeah, is that centered? Close enough. And then we'll surround him with batteries. Okay. And then, last but not least, solar panels. I want them on a couple sides. Let's see. I want... Ooh, I just saw a mistake. So you know what? Let's do... a couple here. I just realized this had bilateral symmetry, which I didn't want. So we'll just stick it here again. That'll be fine. And then I'm going to stick 2 more solar panels here. Just so that as the ship rotates, there's always a solar panel pointing in a direction. Look at that! Oh, I forgot my symmetry. Oh, there we go. Oh man, that Castle in the Darkness. I got the music stuck in my head now. It's so good. Okay. Now, one more thing that we need, but we need it in a different place. During travel, but not during descent. So once we ditch the last stage, we don't need it anymore. It's time to start bringing supplies. Let's see, not fertilizer, life support. There we go. We're going far enough now that the crew is going to start running out of supplies to keep themselves fed with just what's in the cabin. So we're going to bring a tank with some extra food, extra snacks. They're probably like really good space chocolate bars made out of space chocolate that's grown in space. Okay. We'll get to the lights in a bit, but we don't yeah, we don't have all the stuff unlocked yet. Getting there though. We're getting there. Micro landing legs, not good enough. So let's go get some more science. that last mission, that went pretty good. Do we need to make any changes to the spaceship? I mean, we had lots of fuel. That worked out great. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say the spaceship is awesome. Ooh, except, do we make it out of the atmosphere this time? Let's see. That is 20, let's call it 24 plus... Yeah, I think we do, actually. I think this looks good. You know what? Let's find out. So we're going to call this the Kronk 2. Kronk 2 prepares for liftoff. Who shall pilot this? Let's send somebody who hasn't gone up before. Frenina. Okay. So, just like last time, goal is to get a bunch of science, but this time, we're going to go a little bit past the moon. I want to get to Minmus. Which means I need to have a good, clean launch. So I'm going to start using the Smart Assist. I'm going to use that in conjunction with the pilot's skills. So I'm going to ask the pilot to do a straight takeoff at first. And then right at about 1,000, we're going to switch to prograde. We're doing an orbital prograde, which is different from a surface prograde. So right now my surface prograde is straight up. My orbital prograde, you'll find, is actually over here. And that's because even when you're standing still on a planet, you do technically have an orbit from the spin of the planet pushing you. Spin of the planet generates thrust. Watching this meter here, and at 0, we ditched that stage. Okay, switching over here, I just want to check my apo-apps. It's looking good. Okay. So we're going to build up a little bit more height and then kick these engines into gear. I think around 40. Actually, I should do it at a 45-degree angle. Thing is, I don't know if we're going to have enough time. Yeah, we'll be alright. There we go. So let's push, push, push. Yeah! Whew. Yeah, we had some great, great and wonderful people chip in. The video on demand is quite a thing to see too. If you missed Newbie's amazing run, if you missed Echelon's adventures in Spore, if you missed Podman's puzzling through in the quest for his grandfather's underwear, it was all amazing, and you should totally check it out. Hype, hype! I feel my brain slowing down. I need to get some more caffeine and maybe some, like, just start drinking rocket fuel. What do you think? Maybe that second one's not a good idea, but definitely the caffeine. It's some kind of drink. Alright, so all this heavy equipment has definitely impacted my ability to get off planet. Okay, I need to point radial. Yeah, you know, it's a kind of energy. Okay, there we go. that. Batteries are lasting. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so I'm going to circularize my orbit as best I can here. Then I'm going to try and match planes with Minimus, and that is going to be exciting. Alright, that's cute. It's pretty circular. So we all know about the moon. Moon is moon. But what we might not know is that Kerbal is a special planet which has an extra moon called Minimus. I don't know what Minimus is supposed to be an analog of, or if it's just here for fun, but that's where we're going next. So with Minimus set as a target, Minimus has high inclination, higher than Moon. Moon has no inclination. So in order to properly get to Minimus, I need to adjust my ascending node. So I need to point anti-normal. Necromorph moon. No, I think this is like that extra piece that you get when like you have like a Lego set, or like you get like furniture from IKEA, and you're certain that they don't make mistakes, and there's only the exact number of pieces, so there must be some piece somewhere you're missing, but you've just got this extra piece, and you're looking at the solar system, and you're like, I know that this planet goes somewhere, but I can't figure it out. It's just some extra planet. You know what? Just put it around the third one, and we'll figure it out later. And then it's just like stuck out there, you know? And it was like, oh yeah, that thing. Never did figure out where it goes. Just not sure. Alrighty, ascending node. I got it pretty close on that pass. But now I'm past it, so I can't actually finish the adjustment. So we'll hit it on the other side. Oh, but on the other side, I need to be pointing normal, not anti-normal. because this is the descending node. Once again, we're going to go for a free return trajectory. See if we get that random, like, popping orbital shift we got last time. That was weird. Now you see that line there. Now this is interesting. That line represents radio communication that I have with mission control. When I do science, I have an option of, instead of carrying the science back, of just radioing it back. For some experiments, this is really good. For some experiments, there's a lot lost in the transition, and you can't ever get full science without actually taking it back. So like for crew reports, it's fine, because it's just the crew saying what they saw. But like for actual science experiments, it has significant loss of data. So I'm not going to be doing a lot of that, but I am going to be setting up a network of satellites to make sure I can get good communication going on, just in case. Because sometimes I might end up with my Kerbals outside of their spaceships, and I need to pilot the spaceship to help get them back in. And so having a remote control system that can do that is helpful. We need to unlock a little bit more science before I can build an effective satellite comm system, but not that much more. We're pretty close here. I just want some better solar panels and some better batteries. I like the batteries I've got, but they wouldn't last powering all of the radar dishes that I'm going to need. There we go. All right, 0 inclination. Good, good, good. Now, I don't know exactly where Minmus intersects, so I'm going to just make a node, push it out to Minmus, and then I'm going to spin this node around my orbit until I find a place where I get a good intersect. Actually, it looks like it's over there somewhere. So, maybe? Yeah, looks like it. Is this a free return? Not quite. Pretty close, though. Can I tweak that back and forth there? I think that's the best intersect. Okay, that looks like a free return to me. Yeah? Yeah, that's good. I like that. So we're going to try and execute that burn as precisely as we can. So let's turn that off. Go to... no, not target. You know what? I don't think Smart Assist has the maneuver one. So I'm just going to point at maneuver. Here we go. Oh wow, I didn't even realize I was like 50 seconds away from the maneuver. Go! Go, go, go! Thrust. Yeah, slow engines are slow, but slow engines also are super fuel efficient. So I should still have some braking power for when I come back. And we'll start building some amazing super rockets. I've got struts. I should have used some struts. I'm going to be using struts all over the place, man. You're not even going to know. There'll be struts on my struts. Hey, dog. I heard you like boosters and struts. So I put some boosters on your struts so you can strut your boosters. The strut placement system is actually kind of interesting because it allows for symmetry to interact with objects that are not in symmetry. It's hard to explain without actually having some set up, but I'll try to fine-tune it. I just want to nail this as precisely as I can here. Whoa, what is that? Oh, okay. Some kind of node. Alright, look at that. That looks good. Will it stay on course? It's always an interesting question, right? Okay. Well, let's find out. Here we go. 100x. That's hardly warping at all. We can do better than that. There we go. What? Then miss. How do we miss? These miscalculations get extremely frustrating. I don't get these on my multiplayer server. Well, I guess last time we didn't really get to have any deep space science. So let's do that. Keep that experiment. We want to get us temperatures. And here is my new science bay. The goo safely inside and not at risk of burning up in the re-entry. At least not as badly at risk. Okay. All right then. Well, let's take this stuff home and plan a better attempt at Minmus. I guess I need to just like plan to crash into Minmus instead of trying to skim its sphere of influence. What is even happening? Okay. Head back in. Now, if I keep going past Kerbal without braking, the moon is going to help me brake. And I kind of want to let it, right? Like, why not get some just free braking? My only concern is, does it dip me too far in? Like, will I crash from that brake? It looks like maybe. But let's find out. I can always make an adjustment at the apoapse. Right? Yeah, I've got some food. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a crash right there. You know what? Let's apply a little retrograde thrust. Or a little prograde thrust. So now I don't know. If I thrust prograde, will it push it out a little? Let's find out. Let's do an experiment. Let's just, you know, turn the gas on for a moment and see what happens to my projected course. Just a pop, just the tiniest little dash. Okay, that was too tiny. Way too tiny. Okay, so that's not doing anything. All right. Yeah, it's not affecting it. So let's just thrust retrograde. Or, no, actually, no, let's wait. We'll wait. We'll do a prograde thrust over there. Yeah, that's my plan. I know, I'm changing my plans constantly. What must these astronauts think of me? As long as I don't crash in the moon, which I think is a legitimate concern. This should be one of the rules. Like, stop at a stoplight. Don't crash into the moon. Hopefully we can do this before we run out of snacks. All important space snacks. Okay. Alright, that's good. I like that. 47. That's a number I can work with. So, I got that gravity deceleration assist from Moon. Now I'm heading in to get some deceleration assistance from the atmosphere. I am, by the way, heading in way too fast. So, yeah, let's actually point prograde for a second. I think 47 is going to burn me up. I think I want 50. Yeah, that's better. Whew. I don't want to time accelerate too fast near a planet, because it's supposed to slow me down, but, you know, a lot of things are supposed to happen. I'm supposed to survive, right? We're supposed to be knowledgeable experts. Nah, not what's happening. Whoa! Some kind of graphical thing is happening. It's pretty awesome. Alright. This is going to get hot, but I've got 817 meters per second delta V that I can use to unhotten it. So I'm coming from crazy far away. We don't even have the red streaks yet, but already like the tiniest amount of friction. That's cool, noob. Take your time. I'm glad you made that run. That was awesome. Thank you for doing that. You really saved me there, because I mean, I love playing this game, but I don't think I could have stayed awake without taking a little break there. That was good. Yeah, it's hard to be able to handle the schedules that we do, you know? I'm really glad that there's people that are able to be up this late or this early, depending on your perspective. Yeah, no, I feel you, man. I'm feeling the same way, but I have the blessings of the almighty caffeine to keep me going here. So I'm gonna keep rocking. It's 7 a.m. I think that means that there are 4 more hours until the show starts. Uh-oh, heating up. It's all right for now, but give a little push, just in case. Oh man. Okay, that looks kind of crazy there. That little moon interaction. Okay. Not gonna interact with the moon. And we're rising up back out of it, so that's good. That is good. I didn't pull the orbit down underneath the moon, though. So I think I may actually want to sink a little lower. I'm really happy that we had some viewers, too. Like, not just the streamers, man, but thank you guys for coming out and watching and chatting and being active in the channel. Because that's been a big help for keeping it live, keeping it awake. You guys got me thinking about what to do for the after show as well, the after party. I'm wondering if we should do like a big old co-op game. Get some multiplayer going on. I don't know what we should play multiplayer yet. I'll think on that a bit. Okay. Well and truly out of the atmosphere. Let's time warp again. Oh, almost out of snacks. I meant to lower my periaps on that pass. Oh well, we'll see what we do here. How long can Franny go without food? 15 days. That's pretty awesome, actually, to be able to go for 15 days without eating. I can't do that. Okay, that had a dramatic effect. Very good. So we get this science back, what do we buy with it? If there's enough, we need bigger boosters, but I don't know that there's going to be enough. There's more science equipment we can get. Get like atmospheric analyzers, but they're not useful everywhere. They're really only useful on planets, on the surface. You get like one scan of them from space, and that's it. Some of them, they won't even let you scan. They'll be like, nope, there's no atmosphere, not allowed. Alright, the atmosphere. Alright, now let's drop to 43. Should be alright. Eh, 42, this may be too much, but yeah, let's find out. If it's too much, it'll be fire. Thank you. Thank you, newbie. I'll see you when you get back. I quite wisely took today off work, so once I get done, I get to crash and enjoy happy dreamland. I will dream of fiery explosions. Speaking of which, here we go, coming in way too hot. But I do have plenty of fuel left. So maybe I can just do a little braking maneuver and everything will be fine, right? Right? It'll be fine. You know, it's kind of weird how, like, the human brain is sort of wired to deal with things in terms of their relationships to each other on nonlinear scales. Right? Like, it's like how if you take away math and just go by feel, studies were done where a lot of people feel like 3 is halfway between 1 and 10, which is ridiculous mathematically. But our brains function on this this much more primitive idea that nature doesn't obey strict organizational structures. And that can really be helpful in space. Where the difference between 50 kilometers and 45 kilometers is not all that much, but the difference between 45 kilometers and 44 kilometers is huge. Alright. Oh, this aero braking is getting tedious. We're gonna research the bigger rockets, and that's what we're gonna be launching. We're gonna launch humongous rockets that can just stop. So don't have to do all this aero nonsense. I mean, it totally works, but it's like, it's awfully time consuming. Haven't eaten all our snacks yet, though. Still a little bit left. She's saving that last chocolate chip oatmeal bar for landing day. Six, 7, 8, 9, 70 kilometers. Hmm. 30 seconds of this left. Alright. So... do it at 20 seconds remaining. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's my plan. I'm going to do a full burn 20 seconds remaining to my periapps. I'm going to do a full burn for 30 seconds. I'm just going to empty my fuel tanks and then ditch my final stage. Because I'm eating the last of the snacks. So, or she has, the pilot has. 5, 4, 3, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Get bored. Doing it now. Pushing that thrust. Here we go. When I run out, ditch the engine. That's my... Oh, it's actually... That's working out really well. Alright. We're probably going to survive this. Though I think we are going to land on or near a mountain. That's exciting. Got a blader doing its job. Doing good works. This is great. Lost a lot of speed. Coming down at a good angle. Not getting the maneuverability I want in space, but you know what? My landings are awesome. I just need that bigger tank. I need the 2.5 meter stuff. 1.25 stuff, not cutting it. Not anymore. Huh. Yeah. How did you imagine it was, newbie? I'm curious. my first exposure to the game was YouTube videos of like Scott Manley playing it, and then of course exploring the Reddit and watching a bunch of other YouTubers, and yeah, it's a serious, legit game. And the game has itself a bunch of interesting challenges to it. But at the same time, like... like, it is a game, but at the same time, it's also got really legit, realistic physics. It's... Oh. Yeah, no, this is, these were like a bunch of NASA geeks put this together. There's extremely good depth to it, yeah. And the mod community just keeps adding to it. The mod community actually has some really terrifyingly realistic mods. And they take out all of the parts, all of the exaggerations. Because, like, the planet Kerbal is, like, 1/10 the size of Earth. Right? Like, the moon is 1/6 the real distance. But there's some mods that put in real Earth, real moon, all real sizes, the real continent layout. They don't start you off on the equator, so you don't get those perfect orbits on your first try. Like, yeah. And then these people play it, and they're good at it. It's really terrifying. There's even one that overhauls the physics to use true Newtonian physics. Because this is using a thing called patch conics, which isn't entirely realistic. So when I'm in Kerbin's sphere of influence, Kerbin is the only gravitational body acting upon me. Whereas in, and then when I get close to the moon, suddenly the moon is the only body acting upon me, and Kerbin stops. Which isn't, it's an okay shortcut, but that's not how it really works. Like, real physics is everything in the solar system is acting on everything else with their gravity at the same time. And that creates some complications, as you might imagine. So, but yeah, it takes a hell of a computer to run it. And sometimes you have to set limits, being like, you know what, I'm okay if it's not everything, maybe just pick like the 3 biggest things, or the 5 biggest things, so your computer can deal with it. But, and for the most part, the planets are on rails. So you can't, like, redirect a planet. The planets do their orbits, they're on rails, they never deviate no matter what happens. The moons are not being influenced by the sun and other planets in their course, the way they would in real life. And like I said, there's mods that change all that. There's mods that put everything as realistic as possible, and it makes it supremely challenging. I'm hoping that by tonight I will have some kind of base of operation, some kind of landing on Duna. That's my goal. I've never landed on Duna before. I've always wanted to. I keep restarting, and then I got distracted setting up the multiplayer server. One of the mods that I really like is Dark Multiplayer, which lets you have a server where you can see the spaceships of the other people, and you can share resources, and it's pretty awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got this. I just gotta get enough science to get the parts. That's what it's all about. First you get the parts, then you get the power. Yeah. Scarface in space. Okay. It's boring. I don't know how far the ground is. I could look it up. Surface info. Oh. Basically there already. Okay. Good job, friend. Ah, on the ground. Show me that beautiful science. Show me all that beautiful science. I want to see it. Alright, can I please unlock heavy rocketry? Oh no. I can unlock it, but I won't have any fuel tanks for it. Oh, that's criminal to tease me this way. Alright, well, let's get the better fuel tanks. Should I get the better fuel tanks, or... I really need all this stuff. Advanced flight control is nice. Space exploration gives me another science thing I can do. The barometer. Fuel tanks. That's what it's gotta be. Gotta be the fuel tanks. Research. Okay. Alright, so let's do some adjustments. Okay, these big old Rockamax fuel tanks, but I don't have any Rockamax engines to match. That is unfortunate. And these are no longer sufficient. But I do have struts. Oh. But before I use struts, yeah, I gotta correct all of this. Okay. So you gotta come off. You gotta come off. You guys gotta come off. That becomes... two. Okay. Let's pop one of these on the end here. Ooh, excuse me. And then struts. Alright, so here's the cool thing about struts. So with struts, what you do is, first you define where the strut starts. Right? So this strut starts here. Then, when you define where it ends, you're not actually defining where it ends. What you're doing is you're defining the direction it points in. And that's an important distinction. Because what if this wasn't here? The strut would point towards whatever else is behind it. Alright? So that lets you do symmetrical struts with an asymmetrical frame and they still connect right. It's a really cool way of doing it. Alright. If I can get the science from Minmus, I'll get enough for the big tanks, which will let me probably build a lander. Probably. Take a look. That's what I really want, is I really want to build a lander. So let's call this Kronk 2. Yeah. It's still an upgraded Kronk. Okay, taking off. I'm going to turn prograde a little earlier this time. I think I'm going to do it around 500. Think of it as greater faith in the pilot. Oops. Didn't mean to launch them that early. That's okay, though. No harm, no foul, right? Good thing I designed them to break away like that. That could have been disastrous. This is the time I would be waking up if I had worked today and had gone to bed at a reasonable hour the previous night. Thankfully, the former is not happening because the latter certainly did not. Whew, okay. Three, two, one. A little bit closer. Alright, roughly circularized. Pretty close, right? Close enough. Close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades. One of which explodes. We like explosions. I like explosions. You can make up your own mind. Alright, let's try this Minmus thing again. Set as target. It's a descending node, so I need plus normal. Faden, about to pass out. No, that's cool. I know, I get it. I get it. I am gonna, as soon as the real stream goes live, I feel bad for the first streamer, or the first player on the couch, but I am going to pass out immediately. Power of caffeine be with you all. But sooner or later, you gotta sleep. Thanks for helping out, man. You have a good sleep. I will catch you when you wake up, maybe, or when I wake up. At some point. This is going to be going on for days, so that's good. The marathon hasn't even started yet. Can you believe that? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. It's always good to stream with you, man. The streams are real. The hype is real. Every viewer counts. Lurkers too. That is a fact. Alright, I'm gonna call that good enough. 0.1 off. It's fine. Let's figure out how to get to this thing. So, here. Maybe. Oh, too far. That's actually looking pretty good. Yeah, that's looking real good. Real good. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do exactly that. Point me to the node. Fourteen, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. Okay. Okay. I'm aiming for a very close pass this time, so now if there's any, like, screwery, I'll still be in the neighborhood. So let's give this a shot. I'm gonna do this at about 1 minute, actually. So we're gonna start thrusting in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. That is not a free return, and I will not be taking it. I'm going to use my Delta V to pull into an orbit on Minimus, and then I'm going to back out and drop down to the planet. Takes more thrust that way, but I'm going to get a nice slower capture. Well, I'd hoped to be closer, but that's alright. Hey, Bettenbach! All things are good. We're doing a little pre-show for the Game On Marathon that's starting in a matter of hours. And I'm rocking some Kerbal Space Program. Thanks for the follow. It's gonna be fun. They're gonna do 100 hours of charity streaming. All donations benefit the Child's Play charity, which uses the funds to supply toys and games to children's hospitals and domestic violence shelters. It is a very worthwhile cause. And to support that, we have all kinds of prizes that we're raffling away. Every $5 donated, unless you donate anonymously, of course, but as long as you put in some information that we can use to keep track of you, so that we know who donated what. We have every $5 is tickets into the raffle, and the prizes that are available will keep improving as we approach our goal. If we reach our goal of $6,000, we're giving away a PlayStation 4. But there are many other goals along the way, and there is a website that is not loading. It is loading. I could have sworn I had it copy pasted, and it just pasted a whole bunch of garbage text into chat. I do mean a whole bunch of garbage text. Okay, so let's try that again. There we go. GameOnMarathon.com. There's the prizes. Hope you get to stick around. We've got some wonderful games planned. Gonna have some races, which are always fun. Alright. Right now, I am trying to get this kooky little Kerbal to Minmus to get some science. And I am having some difficulty. I am playing on no resets. Kerbals don't come back to life. And no quick save, quick load. So this is a bit of a challenge for me. How are you doing tonight? Alrighty. Roll on. There we go, that looks a little better. There you are, friend. There's Minimus. Tiny moon. Tiny, faraway, inclined orbit moon. Right. So. Chair malfunction. Serious chair malfunction. Okay, what is going on? It's just like not even. All right. Whew. Anybody out there tonight having a good time? Because it's morning now. It is morning. Freaking sun is in the sky, man. That thing is my enemy. Sun and I do not get along. This thing's crazy, right? Like, why am I even in California? I don't like the sun. The nightlife is great. Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're finally gonna get science from Orbit of Minimus. Alright. So, step 1. EVA. Give me that sweet EVA report. Back on board. Stabilize, please. Okay, that's fine. Or, yeah, whatever. Crew report. Yup. Good. Science experiment. Good. Temperature. Man, it's cold in space. How cold is it? Make up your own punchline. Mystery goo. Mystery goo. Get all the doors closed. Alright. We did it! We have a whole pile of science to bring home. Science from orbit of Minmus. Now, to get home, nicely. I wonder if I'm going about this the wrong way. Come on, come on. Let's see. Yeah, okay. $7 days. 6 days. There it is. There's my sweet spots. 4 days. Okay. Cool. There we go. Alright, here we go. Gonna make a retrograde burn. Bring my periaps down into Kerbin's atmosphere. Am I gonna get a moon assist? Do I need one? I don't think I need one. Nah, I don't need a moon assist. I got this. I got this. What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. Bring it in, bring it in. Let's do 50. We'll do a big burn at 50. Give it a little more. Yeah, see, I didn't need the moon assist. Do this on my own engines. I'm gonna burn up my fuse out there alone, because I'm a rocket man. Oh. Oh yeah. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Whew. Hey, game on! Welcome to the party! Of course I look epic. I'm a Viking. I'm a business Viking. Yeah. And I have my rocket ship. Look at this thing. Well, that's what's left of it. Final stage. Got some science on board. Bringing it home for the science. How you doing? How's the setup coming along? Man, we had some amazing streams tonight. Podman did an absolutely epic playthrough of Tiny and Big, Grandpa's Leftovers. It was amazing. It's this great physics game, and he wrecked that. And then Echelon played through Spore, and he took a single cell life form all the way into space. 5 out of 21, alright. It's a good start. So you've gotten started. Yeah, it was really awesome. I'm going to land this thing. Let's see. Okay, so I have 1 minute of delta V left. So when I get to 30 seconds from the periapse, a little more than 30 seconds actually, let's do it at 40 seconds. I'm bored, let's do it now. Okay, so that's going to pull in my apoapse. Yeah, no, Hi, go ahead. You had mentioned that you wanted to start early for something, so like just let me know. I'm just rocking out in space, man. I'm a space Viking. We have had some people actually put in some nice donations too. Your donation widget is working perfectly. I'm sure you're pleased to hear. Here we go. And that's it. Final stage is done. All the fuel is burned. And all that's left is for us to land our science. Oh, I've got 5 parachutes on this thing. Should be enough. And I'm bringing down a heavy load, but it's an important load. All we've got left is electrical current, a blader, and a little bit of monopropellant, but I don't actually have any RCS thrusters, so the monopropellant's basically useless. Here we come. Just level that here. Getting a face full of sky out of this. Look at that. It's beautiful. Whew. It's kind of peaceful, this moment where there's really nothing you can do. But all your plans are going to work out because you came in at the right angle. Alright. Enough fiddling about with the stream interface. How's my rocket doing? Still coming down. This is good news. It's heating up a bit. That's bad news. Did my blader run out? No. Is my angle too sharp? No. Huh. Oh, the solar panels. Yeah, they're not really well protected. I'll have to see about protecting them better. That makes sense. That is quite a fireball right there. A regular chariot of Cestar. A comet of epic proportions, cutting through the atmosphere. Hopefully slowing down by another 1,000 meters per second pretty quickly. I'm getting into the fluffier parts of the atmosphere though, so that'll help. Help catch me. Now, living down here, you know, we're moving so slow we barely notice it. We don't think of it as fluffy. But when you're moving at over 1 kilometer per second, it's a big deal. When you're moving at 3 kilometers per second, it will wreck your face. If your angle's too steep, you won't even have time to burn up before you just cut through it and explode on impact. Yay, slowing down. Need to be a little bit slower so I can deploy my parachutes. And... What, seriously? You're worrying me now. You're making me worried. What is going on? Okay, there we go. That bottom part, man. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to our little pre-show before the charity marathon starts. We'll be starting in a couple hours, I think. Maybe less. We'll see. I'm not over there getting ready. I'm just streaming some Kerbal Space Program. Keep you guys entertained. Try not to kill too many Kerbals. I'm playing on what's the difficulty today? I'm playing on Kerbals Die Permanently, no resets, and no quick save, quick loads. Trying to get as far out there as I can. Alright, let's time accelerate to the ground. This part's boring. You know, Harley, if you're listening, it keeps saying that the latest donation was your test donation, but it was not. The latest donation was scroll up and find it. No, I can't scroll far enough. But it was not a $1 donation. I think it was like a $25 donation. Oh, look at all that science. Yeah. That's what I wanted. That's the good stuff. Okay. Unlock heavy rocketry. Bam! I still got 76 left. What can I get? Does this have landing anything? No? No. Basic landing stuff for planes. I don't even care. Alright. I need that. That's what I need. Get those LT1 landing struts. Alright. So let me take off a hat for a second and think. So I need to plan out this next launch. So I can use the same ship, and I think I can accomplish the same thing I'm trying to do, but but I don't have to. And that's the important distinction, right? Don't do something complicated if you don't have to. So let's take this off. I like this. I like this stack. I like the purpose it serves. Let's put something under it that's a little more attuned to that purpose. Okay. Bigger size, which can support bigger engines. Where is it? Poodle. There we go. Now we're talking. Look at that. That's some serious delta V right there. Okay. Now I need something that gets this into orbit. So I need something that's going to give me about 3,600 delta V. Put this into a high orbit. I don't want to just do the bare minimum here. I want some extra to throw around. So let's clunk some of these fuel tanks together. And what can I put under them? Is that new thing unlocked? No, not swivel, the skipper. Don't have the mainsail yet. It's alright though. Skipper's a fine piece of rocket. Alright. Let's just throw in one more fuel tank? Maybe two. Alright, let's go with that for now. But then, I don't want that to be the only thing going on. So, we're going to have some boosters on the side. What's the skipper's thrust? That's super. I like it. Alright. Bunch of kickbacks around it in a ring. I feel like 8 kickbacks around that thing. Why do I get this feeling like there's just not going to be enough torque turning this thing? What do I have in the way of control surfaces? Small inline reaction wheel. How big is that? Bet it goes here really well. Yep. Okay. I don't have any RCS thrusters yet, so deal with that later. All right. Yeah, that looks good. Be aerodynamic. Be extremely helpful in maneuvering. And now be eight of them. All right. Happy with that. Also, part of the mantra of more boosters, more thrust is more struts. All right. That looks good. I like it. Let's fly it. Trickle. What a great name. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave Kerbin's Sphere of Influence and get some data from an orbit of the Sun. We're not going to go far from Kerbal's Sphere of Influence. We're going to thrust right back in when we're done. That's the plan. Save. Oh yeah, we got to call this something else. Call this Sunburn. Save. There we go. All right. Up, up into the air. Up, up into the air and into the sky. And let's see how badly we explode, right? That's the plan. And we always follow the plan, don't we? Oh, goodness. That's why I'm doing so well. It's because everything's gone according to plan so far, right? But the science gets done for the Kerbals who are still alive. I'm gonna say go prograde right now. Let's not waste any time here. Let's build that apoapse up. And fall away. Out of my way. Okay, good. Full thrust. Yep. climbing up, up, up. Need more speed. Keep climbing. This is a really good rocket, actually, to get up like this. Okay, I'm going to take it up to 100 meters. That's a good orbit. And then we're going to aim for out of the system. I want to aim ahead of the planet's motion, so it'll be easier to drop back down into it. Okay. Whew. What is going on? Let's turn that off. Let's just... There. What the heck, guys? Oh, it's huge. That's why. It's huge and wobbly. Alright, whatever. Close enough. So let's figure out what direction we are spinning around the sun. We are going this way. So I want to add a maneuver that goes out. Oh, further. I guess I could slingshot. What's that do for me? Nah. It's the wrong direction. Yeah, like that. Pull it in a little bit. Not trying to overshoot. Now out a bit. Yeah. Yep, just like that. Can we point towards that node, please? Ooh. Good morning, Tice. How are you? It's been an action-packed evening and morning. Did you get any sleep? Probably did. I'm super jelly. But I am about to go on an adventure. We're going to leave Kerbin's sphere of influence and collect scientific data from orbit of the sun. Yeah, I figured. Don't you worry though, I'll be getting me plenty of sleep too. Just as soon as the stream starts. Which I'm hoping is going to be within the next hour and a half. Maybe 2.5, we'll see. Oh no, I'm not. I'm staying staying way outside of that risk. Not trying to do a midnight landing on the sun. And Icarus, I am not. Gotta time this carefully. And go. This mighty rocket. Mightiest of rockets. Wait, is it Taco Tuesday? No. No, today is Wednesday. But melted cheese does sound awesome. Actually, I think once I wake up, I'm going to go get a Philly cheesesteak. That would be amazing. There's a Johnny Rockets just down the street. Whew. But you still had a wonderful idea, so thank you for that. Yeah. One always hopes for a Taco Tuesday. I'll get me my Philly. It'll be good. Two, one. Whoo, yeah. Smooth. I normally work on Wednesdays, but I took the day off so that I could do this. I believe it was worth it. It's been a good start, too. A lot of people visiting, a lot of little donations trickling in, but the event hasn't started yet. Right now, the big thing is getting the word out. Getting people aware of the event, getting people to follow the channel so that they can see it in their updates that the event is live. Yeah. I normally have Thursday off, but I'm gonna work on Thursday. That was my deal, was to exchange the Wednesday for a Thursday. I don't have Thursday off for any particular reason, though. Keeping an eye on snack consumption. Alright. Ooh. Getting a little fast there. I don't go flying too far past this. In fact, let's just slow down. Just do a gentle approach. There we go. Okay. Chancellor. Chancellor. There we are. So just gonna cross the sphere of influence. 10 minutes? Okay, I can shorten that a bit. Okay, here we are. I am now in orbit of the sun. That is terrifying and awesome at the same time. Let's get all the science and then get the Frel out of here. Name the sci-fi reference. Observe, observe. Science. That's pretty good. Crew report. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Is that service bay open? goo. Goo. Get the goo from the other side. Temperature. Yep, sun's hot, alright. EVA report. No. What's the matter here? There it is. EVA report. Board. Okay, let's drag this science back home. Farscape, you guessed it! John V with the right answer. Alright. Have a good time at work. Try to keep the body count to a minimum. Let's point retrograde and head back to Kerbal. Oh, I miss Farscape. That was a good series. And that had one of the most epic endings that I've ever seen in any science fiction. Like, everything came together. It's well written. Just the scale of it got intense, and yet it was still very personal. It was awesome. And then Claudia Black went on to star in Dragon Age, basically. And she also did some SG-1. They did a couple seasons of that. It was a little weird seeing, like, multiple cast members from one science fiction show show up simultaneously in another. Alright. Headed back to Kerbal. Alright, so now I need to do prograde. This is actually kinda crazy. The sheer velocity I'm going to be dumping on this burn here. Alright. So I've decided I am not going to use the atmosphere on this approach. So let's push prograde just a bit. we go. 90. Good. Alright. And we'll thrust retrograde when we get there. Let's warp there. Whew. Class time, thank you. Thank you very much. I will enjoy my Philly. Enjoy your class. Hopefully we'll see you later during the stream. It's going to be 100 hours, several days, like 5 days, 6 days, something. And they're going to start in an hour or two, I hope. Man, starting on time, that would be amazing. If any of you guys are watching, starting on time would be amazing. So I'm running out of steam. It's alright though. I may have run out of caffeine, but I haven't run out of rocket fuel. I will drive this ship into the sun. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to land it. I'm going to get the science, the precious, precious science. I don't believe I've ever come at the planet this direction before. It's beautiful. Elegant in its execution. I'm not leaving any scrap. That's something I've actually done here, kind of by accident. It wasn't a rule that I made for myself, but I've sort of accidentally not left any trash in space. Everything I've done has crashed back into the ground. Not always on purpose, but always without leaving a permanent mess floating around the solar system. Whew, yeah. Exhaustion is setting in. Having trouble keeping the conversation up. Following the thread. Trying to remember what I'm doing. Landing a spaceship. Right? That's the plan. We're going to call it a landing. We're going to be generous. As long as I get the science, it's a landing. I don't know. Don't care how much flaming rubble, heaps of burning twisted metal I have to crawl out of. As long as I get the science. I gotta say, I'm proud of our pre-show team this year. I was proud of them last year too. Always proud of our pre-show team. We had a good show. No real technical problems. Tested everything day or two in advance, and things came out really nice. I have to go back through and watch the VOD of Podes as I was at work when that happened. It looked awesome. I just had to mute it because I was at work. Oh no. Heating up. Thrust. Still heating up. Alright. Oh, let's do a surface velocity minus for our trajectory. They're about to be noticeably different. I brought way more fuel than I needed, which is good. I want that to be the new pattern. That I bring way more fuel than I need. Keep bringing back the science. You know, I think now having played it both ways, I do prefer the career mode. The finances adds another layer of interesting things, and the missions to get money, like taking the contracts, makes it this interesting puzzle about figuring out like how many contracts you can do off a single launch to save money, and how much science can you get while completing the contracts by just loading some scientific equipment up alongside the contract stuff. I like that gameplay mode. I think that's a good one. Science is interesting. It lets me get it sort of off the ground faster because I don't have to worry about money, but I like the challenge. Ooh. Yeah. Fading fast. Wow, I might actually have enough thrust to just go back into space. Yeah, look at that. It's zeroing out. Oh my god, it's zeroing out. That's hilarious. Mm-hmm. Well, I've been awake for 24 hours. More than that. 26. Been awake for 26 hours. Caffeine has served me well. But it's about to give out. How's the testing going? How's the setup coming along, you guys? Any word? Yeah, 9:14 already, Pongo? But how can it be? Good to see you, man. They're getting set up. I'm just playing some games while they get set up. You can't find Harley. That's unfortunate. I don't know, like, I mean, I'm used to, like, not being able to find a cable I need or something. Missing an entire Harley is, by which I mean a person. Missing an entire person is pretty rough there. That is going to be an interesting situation for you guys to solve there. Ah, yes. I've known cats that are like that. It makes sense. Under the couch is a safe place. I don't know, man. The way you spelled it, like, implied sort of a cute pronunciation. Like the poor little Howie is scared. Yeah, no, as soon as you guys start the stream, I'm passing out. I really do want to watch it, but the reality is that I am going to just pass out. Yeah! Totally successful. I did not burst into flames even a little bit. Okay. So the key things I need here is I need landing. I want advanced landing to get that LT2, but I'll do it with regular. So I need landing. Yeah, I couldn't afford it anyway. What else do I want? I want advanced flight control. Okay, cool. Get space exploration later. Alright. So let's go have a look at my ship. Alright. So the new key components that I need are as follows. We're going to add modular girder segment structures in a ring around the ship. And before I do that, I need to take these off. Because I'm going to be lowering this to add an entirely new fuel tank. which I'm going to need because I'm about to add a lot of weight. So, modular girder segments, quadrilateral symmetry, please. And thank you. Good. Fuel tanks. That one. Rockomax. Right. So far, so good. Okay. So, there is some stuff I'm missing, but I can still do a lot with this. Right. So, fuel duct. Wrong kind of duck. That's okay. There. Cross. 2. There. Oh, look at all that Delta V. Oh, it's beautiful. I unfortunately need to hurt it a little bit because we need some more equipment on here. So we need... I don't know the bigger aerodynamic nose cones. Okay, so we'll do these. Oh. So, were you unable to find Harley, or was it really Harley unable to find you? Alright. 2.5 meter heat shields so that it can come down safely without exploding. I have made better rockets, but this is still pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Now, down here. Let's see, I need octolateral symmetry. Yes. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. And the last thing, this, by the way, would never work if it wasn't for the fact that Minmus has basically no gravity. It's so little that it might as well not be gravity, which is why I can take an LT1 landing strut and actually use this for landing this thing, because the strut should, by all rights, not support the weight of this craft. But it's going to, and it's going to like it. More engines? I disagree. I like the number of engines it's got. For the purpose I have in mind, this is the right number of engines. I should pull this up out of the floor, though. Just give it a quick once over. Okay, I don't need these. And I don't need... Yeah, okay. That's a little goof. And easily resolved. More engines, more struts. That's the rule. That's the sacred mantra of the Kerbals. More boosters, more struts. Add more boosters to fly higher, but the boosters make it uncontrollable. Add more struts to keep it stable. But the struts make it heavier. Add more boosters to make it fly higher. Round and round it goes. When I've unlocked some more parts, then we'll start building some crazier things with lots more engines. For now, I want to land this thing on Nimbus, and then drag some science back. And who shall fly this? Triggy? That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm going to call this... What should I call this? I'm going to call this More. More engines. Lots more engines. Alright. Launch. Whew. I should totally have put lights on this thing. So let's go back. Oh, I can't. I can recover it. That's fine. Also, it appears to be horrifyingly unstable. I don't know why that happened. Oh yeah, there is a formula, isn't there? Science, whatever. Okay. So something horrible about these made them all unstable. Quick look. Oh yeah. I never get them back. They're struts. That'll do. Okay, now what was it I was going to do? Oh yeah, lights. It is surprisingly useful to see the ground if you have to do a dark side landing. And I'm not talking about... Oh yeah. Not talking about a Star Wars thing. And then bilateral. Nope, bilateral. There we go. Should be able to see. What's up, guitar guy? I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. We're doing. I'm doing a little pre-show before the Game On Marathon starts. They're getting the TV set up right now. Testing out all the consoles to make sure everything works. Fairly important. So while they're doing that, I am going to go blow up outer space. Okay. Okay, now I'm somewhat satisfied with that. Sponge. Pull in the gear. Set the sky as the target. I think get around 500. I'm going to switch to prograde thrust. Prograde is my preferred direction. Let the pilot try and figure out how to actually accomplish that. There we go. Good luck, pilot. I think in future builds I'm going to put struts here as well. Make sure I'm fully throttled down for this staging. I tell you that one of the most fun things I've done with this game is set up a dark multiplayer server and get on with my dad and like actually like watch each other's flights and coordinate satellite networks and stuff. It's really fun. This is a great game. I love it. Probably should totally be watching my apoapsis to make sure I'm getting onto a good orbit. Don't know why I'm not. And find it odd that it takes it more than 2 seconds to burn up 2 seconds worth of fuel. Like, maybe a calculation was done wrong somewhere. Alright. Shed that outer layer. And let's see how my apoapsis is doing. Yeah. Quite lovely, actually. Centered back on target. Make this final push into an orbit-ish thing, something approximating an orbit. And then I want, actually, I would really like my maneuver planner, which I've been playing this whole game without. And now suddenly I have it, and it makes everything better. Circular eyes. Apoapsis. Right now I'm just going to get my apoapsis up to like 120. Some casual pro-grade thrust in here. That engine is kind of weak sauce. Now that I've got a lot of heavy things on top of it, I need to swap it for a mainsail as soon as I get that research done. Maybe I could put this little boosterlets onto it. I forget the name of them. Little side boosters that feed off the fuel of the thing they're plugged into when they're mounted radially. Yeah, the game is literally rocket science. It's scaled down a little bit, so you don't have to deal with as big planets and as far distances. But it's not scaled down, like, cartoonishly. It's just scaled down to be more of a slightly more forgiving teaching tool. Like how in elementary school math they don't ask you to calculate pi right away. They give it some time. Okay, little spaceship, I really need you to circularize in this orbit. I've got a massive payload of empty science containers that need to be filled with science at a nearby moon. Falling too steeply. Okay, good enough. Not really circularized, but I've got to do a couple things before I make the burn anyway. So, set as target. Match planes with target at the highest ADN. Create and execute. This plus circularizing is probably going to finish off this tank. And then I'll switch to my mission stage. Yeah, one of the things that I really find interesting about this game is that before playing it, I really didn't. I mean, I only understood it as an intellectual set of words, right? But I didn't really intuit their meanings when orbital mechanics was explained, right? So in high school, we teach calculus, and it's like, here's a bunch of numbers, and this is how they change, but it all looks arbitrary. It's like you're changing them just to change them. And then you have to deal with four-dimensional space. And you have to deal with, like, the gravity not being, like, an attractor, but actually being a bend in space. And that, down here on Earth, it's like, oh, you show some pictures of it or something that's sort of esoteric four-dimensional nonsense. When you're actually using it to maneuver, you start to feel it, right? You start to really get this, like, sense in your spine of, like, yeah, no, that's what you have to do. That's how you have to go. That's how it's shaped. Something in the somatosensory pile of goo inside the skull starts to actually put the pieces together. This should be in every classroom, really. This is just an awesome game. Are you guys having any trouble with the video? Just wondering. Hey, Tom. Okay. You're having some setup issues. Alright, cool. Yay! Alright, so that completed matching plane. So now I'm on the same plane as my target minimus. So now I want to circularize. Because being in a circularized orbit being on a circularized orbit is going to make the Hohmann transfer more accurate. So I'm going to use that little algorithm to find the optimal point on my circular orbit to transfer to the other circular orbit. So our circular-ish. Welcome back, everybody. It's so great. Great to have people around. As I'm sure you guys know, the show will be starting soon. I'm just, having some fun. We've been having fun, actually, for like an entire day now. Podman opened it up with a casual playthrough, beginning to end, of Tiny and Big, Grandpa's Leftovers, which was pretty awesome. And then Echelon streamed a game of Spore from the beginnings of the cell stage all the way into space, where he did a few missions of the Galactic Adventures as his space captain. Then I've been playing some Kerbal Space Program, but we stopped a couple hours ago, and a newbie actually did a proper timed and everything speed run of Castle in the Darkness, which was fantastic and totally worth watching. And now I'm just pushing as far into space as I can here. Gonna get some science. And then I'm gonna try and throw a ship at Duna. I've never been to Duna, and my plan is to land something on Duna before I stop the stream. Hopefully I can get it in time. Alright, so my orbit is now circularized, and on such a well-matched plane that it's not even a number. Now, Minimus. Time for a Hohmann transfer. Create node. Now, the node it creates is actually a collision course. So I'm then going to go ahead and modify that node. So Hohmann transfers are meant for intercepting two craft with each other. And I'm just going to pull back a little bit. There we go. And now let's execute that node. You missed a fantastic stream, Podman. Fortunately, it is in the recent streams section, but if you stay tuned, we're about to have some exciting beginnings of the first runs. I'm sure Harley's going to archive everything. I'm marginally sure. I'm sure Harley wants to archive everything. Was he under the couch or behind the refrigerator? Actually, I'm betting he was curled up amongst the cables connecting to the TV. So I understand that there are a lot of those at this point. That'll do. Man, I need better reaction wheels on this thing. Another thing I gotta research. Yeah, he did it with the key skip this time, which apparently his world record didn't do. So, but he still, yeah. There were other mistakes, came in under time. Didn't have the best RNG for the axe, but it wasn't awful. Had good RNG for the sushi. And then there were a couple fights. The owl fights give him really good RNG. Yeah. But there were a couple deaths. I think 8 deaths in total. It's a good run. A very good run. And he explained most of it, which makes it extremely educational. So when you go to watch it, I'm sure you will learn a great deal. Oh, you know what? I just realized I forgot to stage, which probably screwed up my entire home and transfer. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to abort that node execution, remove the node, create and execute a new one. Abort that node execution as well. Execute it, whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. You know what? Screw it. Prograde, I'll do it myself. My fault for being distracted. I'm just going to have to manually do this. It's alright, it's just a transfer. Make my blue circle go this way. This is one of the sort of interesting things about orbital mechanics, right? Is like, thrusting doesn't change where you are. It changes where you're going to be. And, you know, down here on Earth, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? It's like, well, I want to be over there, so I thrust in that direction by walking or driving a car or whatever, and it puts me over there. But in space, you're always in some kind of bowl. And thrusting is just changing your future. It's not actually pushing you in the direction that you're thrusting in. So right now I'm thrusting in this direction. Oh, you can't see my mouse. I'm thrusting, yeah. I'm thrusting a little bit to the left of the sun. But I'm going to be moving way over there as I wrap around the curve of that gravity well. It's pretty exciting and interesting. So I'm watching my apoapse, which is the furthest point of my orbit. The point of my orbit furthest from the gravity well that I'm in. And I'm watching that move up as I thrust in this other direction at a 90-degree angle from it. And the further out it gets, the more my thrust influences it. So I'm going to tone my thrust back a bit. Now back a lot. Now back a whole lot. Okay. We're getting close to an intercept here. So just inch it forward little bits at a time. crazy. That looks better. Oh, that's like a free return there. What's the periapse though? Eh. Whoa, why is my Minimus periapse going up? I want it to go up. Can I turn retrograde? Game on Marathon for hype! Okay, let's see if I can get my Minimus periapse. Just little short bursts. I want to have a nice close approach. Okay, that flickering, that's, I'm not a fan. Alright, well, let's find out where this puts me, because at this point I don't even know. And this is how we're going to find out, is by getting there. The flickering is the calculation. It's trying to figure out where the hell I'm going and having no idea. It's like changing its mind based on some kind of wibbly wobble within my spaceship. I probably need more struts to tone that down. Oh, I see. I'm coming at minutes from behind. Yeah, that was my fault for screwing up the transfer window. Okay. So let's just slide in there. Hype sandwich, hype meter. Is there a hype train? I mean, I know the hype train is real. I'm just saying, does it have an emote? Hey, there we go. Okay. There's Minimus. There's my periapse. Alright, so we're gonna land on another planet, man. How exciting is that? I want to... don't want to circularize. I want to change my periapse at the next periapse. I want to change it to 10 kilometers. it is, Minmus. That's what we're going to land on, this tiny ball of ice. Oi! What's going on? Party's getting ready to get started. If we start in an hour, we'll be on time, right? Welcome to the pre-show. We've been pre-showing for about 18 hours now, I think. And the real show's getting ready to start. I'm just doing some Kerbal Space Program. We've had sort of a space theme going on tonight with Spore. Do we? Excellent. Is it a problem I can solve with more boosters and more struts? That's the important question. Also, is this problem wearing a top hat? Only liquid fuel? You mean I need to be able to control my velocity? A very giant top hat. Well, that's good. At least it's being dapper. I can respect a problem that wears a top hat. Do periapsis circularize. Oh, going back to Kerbin. I do plan to go back to Kerbin with all the science I'm about to get from Minmus. I'm actually quite proud of myself. I've been playing tonight. When I started this, I set it up for no quick saves and quick loads, no reverting flights, and Kerbals that dive stay dead. And I've only lost one Kerbal. I've lost countless spaceships to disastrous miscalculations, but I've only actually lost one Kerbal now. So now we're going to try and encounter Minmus, strut to stone, a full contact encounter with Minmus, fill up on science, and drag that stuff back. I am playing on science mode, which I normally don't do, but for the sake of the stream, I didn't want to have to like grind up money taking tourists on boring missions. So yeah, here we are. The big old ball of ice. With its wee little gravity. And absolutely no atmosphere. Which makes getting back up off of it again so much nicer. It is a weird ice. I don't think it's flavored ice. It's like ice that had a slushie dropped on it, but it wasn't like a good flavor slushie. It was like Mountain Breeze flavored slushie or something. do kind of want to come down. Over there. I want to kind of come down on the bright. I want to be able to see what I'm doing. I've got lights, so I don't need to, but there's like no reason not to. Hey! Steve doesn't need to start early? Okay, I'll keep going. Going to be. I'm sort of in a second wind mode right now. Let me finish my mission here, and then build the most ridiculous thing I can, and just fire it straight at Duna and see what happens. That should probably occupy another hour-ish, I think. And then you guys... Is Star Fox going to be the first game? That's awesome. Yes, silly ship. See? Chat wants the silly ship. How can I say no to chat? Chat's been awesome all night. And morning. See, I haven't been to sleep yet, so as far as, like, my brain is concerned, it's still last night. Oops. I was not pointing the direction I thought I was pointing when I thrusted there. This ship has slow turning radius. Okay. I haven't decided what I want to land on yet, but maybe a mountain. Should we land on this mountain? Let's land on that mountain. Yeah, that'll be good. Get our landing gear out. Turn on the landing lights. I can land in the lake, but those are too easy. They're all perfectly flat. I didn't come here for easy. I came here for science! Moved forward a little too fast there. Here we go. Let's drop this down to about 80. And cut engine. Look. Nice. Nice. Alright. So a little more altitude bleed off. And do you think I brought enough Delta V? What do you think, guys? Just a little bit of overkill. Fox of Star... Oh, yes. Yes, Star Fox. That'll be awesome. I'm excited, man. This is going to be a great marathon. And once again, we're off to a good start before we even begin. It's just occurred to me that it might do really good for me to actually know how high up I am. Hey now. Yeah. So much better at landing when I know how high up I am. Alright, let's bring it on down. Angle needs to straighten out just a little more. Still got some surface speed that I don't want. Oh, there we go. Millimeters per second. Never mind. I was misreading the dial. Alright. We're good then. Here comes the ground. Gonna see my landing lights on the ground any minute now. Intimidating, isn't it? Here we come. Less than 100 meters. And look at that. Nice and gentle. And then it explodes. I don't know why it just exploded. That was interesting. That was really interesting. I just, two of my landing legs just burst into flames. I love it. I love it. All right. Well, we're here. So let's get the science. Observe materials. Yeah, huge science. Okay, let's see. This for now. Nope. Service bay, yes, open the service bay. There we go. Get that mystery goo. Okay, close that up. Close those doors. Log temperature. Get a crew report. All right. EVA. What? Why do none of my buttons work? What is happening? Help! I think the game is crashing. What have you done? Okay, some of my controls work. Movement controls do not work. Climb control doesn't work. Board doesn't work. Can't turn on EVA. RCS. Right clicking does not appear to do anything. Except tell me how much monopropellant she has left. Alright. So, I appear to have crashed Kerbal Space Program. That's unfortunate. So, I'm gonna close the program. We'll load that right back up. think there may not be time for my Duna extravaganza. Let's just see if we can get... See if we can get this one problem solved. They shouldn't be. I've had her in and out of them on other missions. I don't know what was special about that. Maybe it's something about the angle she was at? I don't know. How did my globe get messed up? Reaching a safe distance. There is no safe distance. How are you doing, Troy? Haven't seen you in and out. Did you get to see Newbies Run? Thanks for coming out tonight and hanging out with me, by the way. It's always nice to have people in chat. Well, as important as the donations, more important than the donations, I think, is bringing people into the chat. Bringing people in to watch, into the stream, spreading the word. Yeah, it took a lot of caffeine to keep me awake this long. Whew. Child's Play charity will benefit well from this. Okay, we're back. Back to the game. Resume. Load. Delicious, delicious caffeine. That is the truth. I went through a few of them today. Tracking station, show me my wayward Kerbal. Where are we? Tell me we're on Minmus. Tell me we at least got a save on Minmus. Please. Okay. Good. So you know what? Before I do anything else, we're going to EVA. That's just going to be first priority. EVA. Huh. And she's floating away again. Yeah, she just starts floating up. I think this is an issue of motion. You know what? I don't actually know because I was at work. Pod started it. Podman started, I guess, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. PST, something like that. Yeah, so you would think that the gravity here is really light, and I think the ship, I don't know, I think it somehow balanced her. She came out with momentum, and that's what messed her up. But unfortunately, it's messed up all my controls. And I can't, like, escape out of this. This is a horrible design flaw that I can't. Alright. Well, I guess we're not getting an EVA. At least not at that angle. Maybe I need to rotate the ship around. I bet I can do that. Dune is light enough. I can just use the reaction wheels to spin it. Spin, spin, spin those reaction wheels. Up till now, this has been a relatively crash-free experience. You say relatively, there was one other crash. But that was like a solid, actual crash-to-desktop crash, not this soft lock silliness. You know what? It doesn't matter. I've only got 40 minutes left. I'm not gonna bother EVAing. I'm gonna get the science. We're gonna take off. We're gonna get back to Kerbal in one piece. That's the plan. Unless you think spinning the ship would fix it. Would spinning the ship fix it? It would put it at a different angle. The ship is on a slope. I can't decide. Can't decide. Calculating the ultimate answer. So coming up, we've got some Starfunks. Takeoff and ejector as I. Oh. You may have meant that as a joke, but I believe I can modify that. I think if I apply thrust, kill thrust, and then shoot her out, then as the ship is descending, she'll break away. Because if I keep the thrust on when she gets out, the thrust will stay on, that ship will just fly away into space. Uncontrolled. Comical. But not necessarily productive. Okay. So we'll do a little bunny hop. I'm going to spin her as well, so that we're on the opposite slope for the door exit. coming out at a weird sloped angle there. So let's... This thing spin? Spin for me. Oh, you know what? That was the problem. We had Smart Assist on. Smart Assist was pushing it at a weird angle. Alright. That was me being silly. What? No! But I'd solved the problem. Don't you... Yep, we're rocketing her into space. That's what's happening. I'm gonna turn this thing upside down and shake it. Has it been a long night? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long night. But you know what? It was a good night. A lot of adventures. Lost one brave Kerbal. Burned up in the atmosphere. It's unavoidable. I mean, it was avoidable in that I didn't necessarily have to launch such an ill-conceived spaceship. Yeah, well, the annoying thing to me is that it's a soft lock. Like, there's an escape key, and anywhere else in the game, the escape key brings up a pause menu that gives me, like, a quit program or, you know, load from last save or something. And I know that I turned off the quick load quick save function, so I'm not in control of the saves, but there's got to be some way to go back to the main menu, you know? An ablation cascade. Sounds really bad. That actually sounds like how I lost the one Kerbal we lost tonight. Their entire ship ablated, and then so did they. Alright, we're trying Troy's bunny hop maneuver. I can't give up on the science. I want more. That's the name of the ship. I called it more because I want more. I want more science. Alright. that. My poor little computer is struggling to comprehend just how awesome that was, but that was pretty damn awesome. Good call, Troy. Good call. Planting a flag. Alright. Yeah, I hope so too. Let's get an EVA report. This is at 40 science. Man, that's awesome. Let's take a surface sample. 150 science to recover that. Yeah. See? That's why I didn't want to give up on that. We'll just leave the flag line on the ground. So everything is going in super slow-mo right now. This is a little concerning. I'm just going to quickly check my task manager, make sure I don't have like 1,000 copies of Kerbal Space Program running in the background. No, just the usual stuff. Alright. Well, here we go. Back on board. Look at that. Alright, let's get the rest of the science and get out of here. This is the point where, like, if I wasn't playing on hardcore, I would be quick saving. Temperature, good. Close doors. Open the service bay. Aim carefully and get mystery goo. Mystery goo. Double up, why not? Lots of goo. Alright. point orbital prograde as I launch. And... oh. And a crew report. Alright, that's everything. Let's get out of here. Let's let that get up to like 20. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Circularize the apoapsis. Turn off the lights. Bring in the legs. The two that are left. Whew. Ah. I crippled a spaceship. Soft locked the game. But I'm getting the goddamn science back. That's a fact. Three, two, one. Circularized. Alright. This is the worst formula. Return from the moon formula. This formula is, like, never right. It's super sensitive to the conditions it's in. See, 100? Oh no, let's not do that. Let's do 1,000. What if I tell you to go to 10 kilometers? Oh yeah, totally. Million. You know what? I don't even care. It's fine. Execute that node. I'll adjust it on the fly once I'm out of sphere of influence of Minmus. I've got so much delta V, I'm gonna do this fast way. I'm not gonna wait on any error braking. Jeez, look at the inclination on that. That's crazy. Crazy. I don't care. I'm honey badgering my way back to Kerbal. Peace out, Memnus. I got my data. Ooh, that was a little fast. Alright. Basically, at my apoapse, I want my periapse to change. Retrograde, please. There we go. Just outside the atmosphere, and I will burn myself in. Alright. Let's proceed. Oh, I went past it. I don't want to do that. Okay, let's try something else. Warp here. Okay, that's better. And now, warp here. This is not a game for the impatient. This ought to be good. Look at that. So pretty. Oh no, she's ran out of snacks. She's only got 6 days to live. We have to land, and we have to land now. Alright, well, it's basically a foregone conclusion. We're definitely arriving at Kerbal. Still not making promises as to the condition we arrive in, just guaranteeing that we arrive. I take it that the Game On Marathon crew is ready and excited for their 100 hours of continuous video gaming. Even though I'm going to pass out, I am going to keep it turned on in the background. I will dream of Star Fox in my sleep. Maybe of Star Fox dodging Kerbal ships. Okay. Look at this. Look at it. And I still have all that Delta V left to spend. Science! Hell yeah. What is up? I'm coming in for a landing. One way or another. I've actually got a nice piece of ocean here I'm going to try and hit. Look at all that. Big swath of ocean. That's my target. And to check it, point me surface velocity minus. Let's do this. Let's dip into the atmosphere. Wow, I have enough Delta V to bring this thing to a dead standstill here in space and then just drop. That would not end well for me, by the way. I need time for friction to contribute to my deceleration. And if you head straight down, it doesn't have time. If you head across, it does. So, let's give it some time.
Testing, can you hear me?
Are you talking on Discord?
Yes, I am on Discord. You can hear me.
Yes, I do.
Right. So I am thinking, doing some medium.
Are you thinking in 10 minutes you can get started? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, do you want to just do exactly at 2 your closing, then I'll just go into it, or?
Yeah, sure. I should have this thing on the ground by then.
Alright, Alright, cool. I'm gonna get set up here, and then as soon as the clock hits 2, I'm just gonna go for it. If you wanna talk to us and be on stream, we are in the my channel.
Okay.
Alright. I will see you then.
Yeah, I'll just hop over to your channel and let you know when I'm stopping. Or you can
perfect, yeah.
you can see it on the stream too.
Yeah, I'm kind of not going to be able to see it on screen and do that at the same time in some minutes. But if you jump over to mine and tell us when you're ready, we'll start.
You got it. I'll be over there as soon as I'm done.
Awesome.
So you all heard that. We're getting ready for the Game On Marathons proper to begin. Yeah, I know. Lots of echoes. He's in a room full of people. Echoes are gonna happen. Look at this gentle, delicate deployment. Why am I being so gentle and delicate? I have the Delta V to end this rapidly and interestingly. Thrust! And the whole movie, you think he's dead, but it turns out he's really an alien. I don't remember where that was from. Something I saw at a... It's one of those, like, please don't talk to me in the movie notices or something. Oh, you guys! You guys! So good. You know what? I just had a terrible idea. I decided I wanted to steer. Isn't that a terrible idea? I don't just want to land, I want to control where I land. Oh man. Coming in hot. The very definition. Anonymous? Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. By the way, if you want to be entered in the raffles, make sure you don't donate anonymously. Put in an email address or sign up for one of those free Child's Play charity accounts, because there may be some great prizes that I happen to have seen that are really incredible. So, you know, if you want to be anonymous, it's fine. It's not a problem. Do you. Here we go. We've got 1 minute and 18 seconds left of fuel. The ground really likes us. It's coming up fast. Ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Oh dear. I think I'm actually going to bring the ship to a stop. Check this out. I built a rocket ship that doesn't actually need to parachute, but it does anyway. Because on its way down, it can just bring itself to a stop. Because I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. And there, burnt out my fuse. It's fine, because I don't need it anymore. So I can parachute. There it goes. Down, down, down. Into the ocean. Okay, this next part is less interesting. So we're just gonna fast forward through it. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we descend the last 600 meters, I want to thank you all for watching the pre-show. Get hyped for the real show. Game On Marathon 4 is live, starting in just a minute. Thank you to all my all my pre-show streamers. And thank you for all the pre-show viewers. And now let me go and give Harley the good news. Well, in a moment. Let's get the science first. I'm sure we all want to see just how much science I got. Was this a science mission or was this a science mission? And the answer is both A and B, because if you don't pick science twice, you're doing it wrong. Give me that science. Ooh, yeah! 479 science earned, bringing the total to 523. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that's it. We're ending on that. That's a good note. That is a good place to stop. So, thank you, everybody. And I'm going to go ahead and notify Harley that it's okay for him to start streaming. I will bring this to a close. Have a good night. I'm sure I will see you guys all in the chat channel during the course of the marathon. And maybe, just maybe, we can organize an after party as well. Do some more streaming, maybe some multiplayer. See what we can do. So, keep up the good work, keep watching, and I will see you soon.
We're good to go, so I can hit a new game?
Good to go. I'm stopping the stream.